Well, here we go. This is Final Fantasy XII. This is my first playthrough of Final Fantasy XII, and we are many hours in. We are 170 hours into this game, and I am still enjoying it. So how about that? So we're just gonna hit that, and then do that. Oh yeah, the chair is very broken in. I actually got to take this this hoodie off. It's getting warm down here. Okay. Will we see 12 speedruns when I'm done? As I've said, the game right now that I am most interested in learning how to speedrun is Mario RPG. Now, why are we in the Osmone Plain again? I don't... Oh, right. So currently my strat is, in order to find rare monsters... Right now, my strat to find rare monsters is I'm going through the bestiary, and I am fighting all of the... I'm filling out the bestiary, and we're just running into rare stuff. Like the kill bug. Look at that. We found the kill bug, for example. And that puts us at a nice number here. So yeah, I'm running around. I'm running around just trying to fill out the bestiary, and we're going to naturally run into rare monsters while we do that. So right now we are in the Osmone Plain. I gotta find 3 more hybrid gators. The problem, though, is that the hybrid gator is rarer than most of the rare monsters, it seems. I know where one of them spawns, but like only one spawns. So I guess I'm just gonna have to run back and forth a bunch. Do I have to... I don't think I have to defeat more N-Tites. Let me... Oh my god, I go to the world map every time. I think we've already done that. I just gotta check. Yeah. See, this is already filled out. The Sylphie. That's what this is? Yeah. Black Chocobos are already filled out. Oh, shit, though. Here's a gator. Here's what we're actually here for. Alright, there we go. Oh yeah. We are doing the PS2 version. Cause that's how I roll. I like to play the original versions of everything. And we're very, very deep into the game, because I am loving it enough where I just can't quit playing it. Is this upscaled? So this is PS2 au naturel. It is plugged into a RetroTink 5X, which is an upscaler, but I mean that just makes the pixels sharp, you know. It doesn't increase the resolution in the sense that it increases like the pixel density. It just makes it sharper, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain. Like, it's an upscaler in that it's taking a 480i image, component input, YPBPR. So yeah, it's upscaled in that it's taking a 480i input and converting it to 1080p. But it's not like it's smoothing any edges or anything like that. Alright, gators. Who here knows who Dan Reichert is? Has anybody here heard of the man, the myth, the legend, Dan Reichert? He is a relatively prominent figure in video game... Well, used to be in, like, video game journalism. But then... As in, like, he worked for Game Informer, and then he went on to work for, Giant Bomb. And then he... But then he went and did, like, the WWE podcast for a while. and now does like a Twitch stream and something else that I don't remember. Yeah, the ground texture is a bit flickery. I mean, that is something with this game. Do you know the reason for it though? Is because this game is 480i. So the image coming into the RetroTink is interlaced, and the RetroTink is de-interlacing, which it does an amazing job of. You can barely even tell that it has to de-interlace it, except the flickery ground is like kind of the side effect of that. This is kind of funny, there's something you can turn on in this called the flicker filter, which like sort of makes it less noticeable. You see, it makes it a little bit less noticeable, but it also makes everything appear blurrier. It just makes the game look like ass in general, you know? So I prefer it without. Alright. So once again, we are on the lookout for rare monsters. While we also look for two more hybrid gators. And I also look at my map every 4 seconds. But yeah, that's part of the reason. Like, you know, I've been asked many times, like, why not play the Zodiac Age, right? One of the big reasons is just what I'm very interested in with my with my Twitch channel in general is I really like just showcasing old games, right? And a big part of the reason is because a lot of people come in and they say, wow, I don't remember this game looking so good on PS2, you know? Do I know the basics of enemy respawning? I mean, it's been pretty intuitive so far. Like, as a blind playthrough, I think it's better that I don't specifically know the exact mechanics as told to me by people who know. You know what I mean? So it's all just intuition at this point. And so far, it's been pretty intuitive. Which is that if you run far away, they tend to come back. There was one thing with respawning enemies, though, that came up with the Behemoth King side quest, where I noticed that, like, I noticed that the enemies in the single areas didn't respawn, and then that led me to just killing everything, which then led to finding the Behemoth King, which took forever. It took me several days to find the Behemoth King. But hey, now we know, you know? But yeah, it sounds very weird that the Zodiac Age has a 4x speed mode, because it kind of seems like that sort of like trivializes a huge part of the game, you know? It seems like an odd choice to me. All right. Where the hell is Fran? Oh, there she is. Okay. Wait a second, where am I? Okay, the gator that I am aware of existing was in this location. So let's go in here again. having the boosters helped your attention span. Yeah, that is one thing that's really nice about streaming games. Is that like having chat and stuff really kind of helps you through. It takes things that are normally a bit tediously time consuming, and it kind of makes them fun, you know? I've actually been very surprised multiple times how much gameplay that would otherwise be slightly tedious is sort of popular on Twitch, I should say. For example, remember when Caleb Hart was hunting for that shiny Rayquaza? And he was like breaking stream, he was like getting like record-breaking stream viewership numbers every day, while all he was doing was just initiating that battle and resetting. There's just something about it, you know? I mean, hell, the extreme example, honestly, and now it's gonna sound like I'm shit-talking, but genuinely, the extreme example is just chatting streams, right? Just chatting is by and far the most popular category on Twitch, isn't it? And that's where you just remove the game altogether and you do nothing except for talk to chat. And people love it. So like the video game equivalent to that, if you're actually gaming, right, would be like Dave Stereo level 99 in the reactor. Or Dave Stereo 24 hours of stairs stream. Or shiny hunting a Rayquaza. Or playing any MMORPG. Or hunting for rare monsters in Final Fantasy XII, maybe. You know, there's just there's a lot I just feel like chat tends to flow a little bit more. And maybe part of the reason for that is that I tend to very verbally narrate what's happening in the game, as far as like, you know, as far as like speed runs go. You know, I'm very active as far as trying to like explain everything that's happening and what I'm doing and how I'm feeling about the run, you know. And I feel like, you know, while that is fine, while that is good, and that's kind of my number one rule of streaming is never stop talking, right? And that's very easy to do with a game that constantly has something happening that you need to narrate, you know, or that you can narrate. It does leave just a little bit less room for chat to kind of get a word in, you know. But that's why that kind of thing was perfect for just starting. You know what I mean? Like, new Channel Point Redemption can't talk for 5 minutes. Okay, so in other words, new Channel Point Redemption ruin the stream for 5 minutes. Make the stream boring for 5 minutes. But because that's the thing, is that like, when I first started on Twitch, right, the number one rule was never stop talking. Because basically I wanted to treat it as a YouTube Let's Play. The idea being that you never know when someone's going to join the channel. Even with over 100 viewers like we have today, I'm talking to try to keep you guys entertained, right? But the other thing, though, the other part of it is that even now, at any moment, somebody could enter the stream. And if somebody enters the stream, I want there to be a stream of consciousness and a conversation that they are entering into, so that they can say, what's this stream about? And boom, they're immediately getting information about it, right? As opposed to entering a stream and just wondering, does this guy not talk? I see the microphone. Is it muted? No, it's not muted. You can see that he's not talking. But what? Is this how it usually is? Okay, it's time to start taking bets on A. And this is something now. The funny thing is, all of that awkwardness, you know? Yeah, like if I enter a stream and the streamer doesn't speak for like 30 seconds, I leave. Like that, it's just because it's boring and I'm it's awkward. I'm bored and it's awkward because I'm just sitting there wondering when they're gonna talk again. Sometimes though, I do stick around just to see how long it takes for them to talk. And I was just watching Northern Lion the other day, and he was saying the exact same thing, which is that sometimes he'll check out a stream, the streamer's not talking, and what it ends up being is he starts to make internal bets with himself as to how long is it going to take for them to say something, and bonus points, extra credit, will the first thing that they say be thank you? Will they be thanking somebody just for something that happened 2 minutes ago, right? Like if I just sat here not talking for 5 minutes, and then it's like, oh, I better look over at the log and see what I'm supposed to thank people for. Oh, it says that Scorf subscribed a minute ago. Yo, thanks, Scorf. Right? And like that's what I do. And then it's back to not talking. You know, it's just that's not my vibe. It's crazy though how popular that kind of thing can be. How many people do stick around in streams like that? It kind of blows my mind. One time I was curious about like what is the most popular type of stream. And so I was on the front page, right? Front page of Twitch, and I was like, hey, let's just load up a stream that has like 30,000 viewers in it, you know? And so I went to a stream that had 30,000 viewers in it or so. And, or maybe it might have even been more. And all it was a dude sitting there, not saying anything, just sitting there with a digital slot machine going. Just playing slots. Just playing a slot machine digitally. And it was amazing to me because he was not saying anything and there were donations just pouring in. Donations just pouring in, right? And tens of thousands of viewers for digital slot reels going and nobody talking. Incredible. Maybe the streamers are shy. I mean, if you're too shy to speak, it'd be interesting. I mean, look. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, right? But it's interesting that you would be on camera then. But also, you know, if that is the thing also, where like if you're too shy to speak also, I mean, it doesn't really change the fact that to me, the end user, you go in, there's not a conversation happening, and thus I'm just kind of stuck there for a second. Like, what's going on here? And then I'm probably just out of there. When you start out streaming, you have to talk to yourself. Gradually starts talking as people start watching until you have to go back to talking to yourself because there's too much chat. Absolutely. That is very funny. That, like, totally. At first, you have to talk to yourself, just like you're recording a YouTube video. And then, yeah, then you start to have chat. You start to carry a conversation. But then when chat starts going nutso because you've got 1,000 viewers, exactly, now there's too much chat to keep up with. And so it just becomes, you pick out one thing that somebody says, and then you go back to just talking to yourself about that topic for a few minutes, right? And then you go back, you know. Yeah, that kind of thing is interesting. It also reminds me of, there was like a tweet or something that I saw once that was about like, as the popularity of a streamer grows, there's benchmarks of like a streamer streamer popularity, where at first they stop thanking people for following, right? Then eventually they stop thanking people for subbing, and then eventually they just stop reading chat altogether. And I saw that and I thought, like, well, that just sounds like someone who is getting increasingly better at their job, like or like they're getting increasingly like they know how to adapt to the changing circumstances. You know what I mean? Because, like, let's face it, right? I appreciate people following the stream. Hey, if you're enjoying the content, make sure to slam that follow button, right? Like, I appreciate it, you know? But at some point, the bar of quality of the stream rises to the point where, like, going out of your way to thank people for following is under the bar of quality. You know what I mean? Of content. And on top of that, some people don't want to be thanked. Some people don't want to get attention for simply following. You know what I mean? Well, and that's the thing, though, is that like some people think of a stream follow as not even an act of kindness. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not looking for a charity follow. I'm not looking for someone to follow just out of kindness as a charity. I want people to follow so that because they want me to show up on their following list and they want to know when I'm live and come to the channel. Like, the actual function of the follow. You know what I mean? So anyway, that's just that. But that said, you know, the situation where you no longer specifically thank all subs, that's a pretty extreme example. Whoa, there's another gator! Why are gators rarer than rare monsters? Anyway. That's like the rare situation where, like, they're getting so many subs that you know, it would be all they're doing. Okay. Oh my god, the auto follows. Dude, I played Doom. One of the days where that was going on, I did a stream of Doom, and there happened to be, like, some kind of Doom event going on that day. And so all day, it was like my follow alerts were just backlog queued all day. I probably got 800 follows that day. Just, yeah, from exactly that. From people just signing up to the mobile app, saying that they want to watch Doom, and Twitch automatically going, okay, we've automatically followed you to 3 or 5 Doom streamers or something like that, and I was one of them because I was playing that day. Oh my god. Alright, we gotta find one more gator. By the way, the reason I brought up Dan Reichert earlier is because there was one time where he was at a bar and someone was talking about Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and he misheard their statement as them talking about Air Force Gator, and he thought that the phrase Air Force Gator sounded so funny that he wrote a book called Air Force Gator. He wrote a novel about Air Force Gator, and I think it's like sort of a parody. It's sort of like a parody of stories like James Bond stories, or like that movie, what's that movie? The Rock? Yeah, that movie, The Rock. Or like, you know, that kind of thing, right? And, fun fact, little bit of trivia, this line that I have, that is the point redemption.
Lick my asshole. Asshole.
That is a line from Air Force Gator. Being read by Troy Baker. Because there was a time where Giant Bomb did like a series of sketches about they did like a bunch of sketches that was like the world after video games died, like a day where it was like a fictional setting where video games disappeared one day. They just didn't exist anymore. And so what did all of the Giant Bomb crew members do with their time since video games didn't exist anymore? And Dan Reichert's thing was that he focused more on his Air Force Gator novels and had was getting getting it recorded to be on tape. And Troy Baker was the book on tape reader for Air Force Gator. And it's an excellent sketch where he has him keep doing the line because he keeps not being happy with how he did the line. And he keeps telling him to do it slower. Which that element of it that he keeps like pushing him in the wrong direction as far as the directing goes kind of reminds me of that Whitest Kids You Know sketch with the louder and with your mouth open sketch. Quetzalcoatl, how's it going? By the way, I came up with general news. It is Thanksgiving week in the US of A here. And so I've got more stuff this week. Like this week is going to be very scattered as far as streams go. As in, like, I already didn't stream yesterday. And then I think I will be able to stream tomorrow. Tomorrow should be unaffected. But then... what the fuck was I talking about? Tomorrow will be unaffected, but then Thursday is Thanksgiving. So I will not be here on Thursday. And then... Friday, I think I will be here and streaming on Friday. If I'm not mistaken, I should be here on Friday. I think it's only Thursday that I'm going to be off. Because then, because the thing is, on Thanksgiving Day itself, that's Nicole's family's Thanksgiving. But then my family's Thanksgiving, I think, is on Saturday. So I can't even do a makeup stream on Saturday. Because that'll be that. Maybe on Sunday, though. Maybe I'll just stream on Sunday. Again. That should be fine. So I guess all I'm saying is that it's a busy week, but I think the only stream newsworthy thing about it is that I will not be here on Thursday. So this is interesting. The first time I came through this area, the gator was on this screen. And it hasn't been since. Also, I only just realized Ooh, there's a red chocobo. I don't know if I think we've got red chocobos filled out. But I gotta make sure here. What was the other thing I was saying? Oh, just that it's funny to call these screens. Is that an old-timey gamer thing? Is that like a, yeah, you played a lot of NES kind of thing? Well, I guess, I mean, Final Fantasy VII also has screens. But, you know, just to refer to these as screens. It kind of just reminds me of a few other things. Like, I was very surprised when I was working at GameStop. I was very surprised how many people called controllers paddles. It was very, very common for older people, for older people to ask if we ask if they could get an extra paddle. A Minnesota thing? What do I think about the PS5 joystick? Yeah, joystick, it was another one. The weirdest thing I ever heard somebody call a controller, but this was only one person, was they called it a handle. This was only once. And it was the funniest fucking thing I ever heard. You guys sell extra handles? What would be a Minnesota thing? I kind of wonder. That's true, Rick Sim. That you got me there. Yeah, RX. It was not overall. It was there were two sides of it, right? Talking to customers was great in general. In general, talking to customers was great. You know, hearing what games they liked, giving them recommendations, all that kind of stuff. I also enjoyed the, like, logistical upkeep of the store, right? As in, like, alphabetizing the racks, doing inventory, right? Doing, like, the title on hand counts, as they call them. I don't know if they still call them that when you were there. That kind of stuff I really enjoyed. However, everything that was, like, the corporate side of things absolutely sucked and couldn't really suck anymore. You know, just the old, out of touch, couldn't give less of a shit about video games people making these asinine directives of what we had to do as far as what we had to sell, how much of it had to sell, what are our percentages, right? All that shit was fucking terrible and absolutely just soul-crushing. But, what were we getting at? Right, if you didn't meet your percentages, you got yelled at. If you did meet your percentages, you didn't even get, like, commission or anything, you know? It's like, working in sales is one thing if you're getting commission for it, but at GameStop, you just got not yelled at. And also, doing the sales a lot of the time was harder because a lot of people thought that we did make commission. And so a lot of people just went into, you know, sales pitches and such with the idea that we were only looking for a commission and not, you know, like this wasn't like actually probably a good idea. How badly did they yell at people? Well, so maybe this is a Minnesota thing. When a Minnesotan says yelled at, it just means he got in trouble. Like, at the very worst, you got a write-up. But in Minnesota, I don't know how global this is, but in Minnesota, if anybody ever gets a talking to, like you're in even the smallest amount of trouble, and someone is just like, hey, you shouldn't do that, or you need to do better with your sales or something. That's getting yelled at. If you're actually getting yelled at, Like if someone is actually literally verbally shouting at you, that's getting chewed out. Which didn't happen at GameStop. I never got chewed out at GameStop. What's my game of the year? Elden Ring. But I mean, I didn't really play a whole lot of games this year. Bum, 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 bum. But I mean, I'm not exactly sure what other games came out this year that I even played. Like what is one other game that came out this year that I've played? Like, Elden Ring might be the one game that I even played that came out this year. You know what I mean? But if it's just what's the best game that I played this year for the first time, probably Final Fantasy XII. Super Mega Zero, yeah, that was this year. So yeah, that would be that Super Mega Zero is probably the runner-up as far as games this year. Now, one other thing I'll say though is that there's this game called Signalis, something like that. That came out. That's apparently really good. I have not played that. Yeah, I haven't played Signalis, which is supposed to be very good and also right up my alley. It's not only good, but also right up my alley, apparently. Maybe I should make a point to play that in December so that I can include it in my game of the year. But I also think that it's... I generally take issue with talking about game of the year in November. Because not only is there still a whole nother month this year... I just need to respawn this area, dude. This gator is not spawning. But yeah, so first of all, there's a whole nother month this year of games that need to be considered. And then also... you need to let it sit for a minute, you know? Like, for example... I would venture to guess that God of War Ragnarok is a more forgettable game than people are giving it credit for. And so if you were to wait until like February or March of next year, it would, I think that the voting would be a lot different than it would be right now. You know what I mean? I feel like you need to give it a couple months into the next year in order to properly consider the later games of the previous year. Now, I guess the argument against that, though, would be that would make people... At that point, people wouldn't even remember that Elden Ring was last year anymore, if you're talking about Game of the Year an actual year later. But, you know, it's fine. But that's just my 2 cents, you know. Well, that's good to hear, Bo. Okay. So, hopefully, I have respawned the area. Oh, and will I play Crisis Core Remaster? Probably not, since I just played Crisis Core, you know? Like, I played through Crisis Core very recently. And I did really enjoy it. Alright. Where's our Air Force Gator, please? But yeah, if ever I were to, like, bitch or complain about certain design choices. Oh, there we go. In games, I often take issue, like I find that it often happens in games where you have a minor mechanic, a minor-ish mechanic, such as the bestiary getting filled out, that doesn't get enough attention. And so you end up with things like the hybrid gator, which we had to kill 5 of or something. We had to kill like 8 of these things total, which ended up being more of a pain in the ass than finding a rare monster, you know? Even though it's presented as something normal. But it looks like the next place that we're going to want to go is the Paramina Rift, so that we can find more wild onions. So where is that? Whoops. Well, maybe we can see it from here. That punch. It's past the Golmore jungle. Okay. So, I kind of want to pop into the Giza Plains again. Yeah, we've been making some pretty decent progress on the bestiary, I think. Found quite a few rare monsters. So one thing that we need to do now is find more snakes. Snakes are the same way. I have to kill 6 of these things, and the last time that I ran through the Giza Plains for like a half hour, we found 1. So it's kind of dumb. No, I haven't used a guide for anything. That'd be silly. I am not a guide person. I would rather just miss something than use a guide, you know? But yeah, the thing about the wild snakes is that, you know, if we find them, that's okay, right? That's fine. You know, oh, hey, okay, it's the floods now. So in the floods, let's just see if we see more snakes now. I don't expect us to. In fact, I expect us to find less. But it's possible that there's more in the floods, so let's find out. But another thing to consider is that now that we're in the floods, there might be a rare monster that I haven't seen before, because I haven't done a lot of running around in the floods, you know? So we'll do that real quick. See what we find. I do know that to find snakes, you kind of have to run around the edges, because that's kind of what makes them pop out. How long in the Osmone Plains? Quite a while. I mean, maybe a full hour? Possibly more? Because, yeah, those gators were tricky. But yeah, I feel like I remember the wild snakes popping out at me more in the floods. But maybe I'm just thinking about these toads. So yeah, like the places that they would be... would be kind of up here. Yeah, I mean, this game's very different, right? Will Sony or Xbox have an R3 or L3? They already do, B-boy. That's what they call the clicky sticks. But you mean like another shoulder button? Probably. I imagine that having buttons on the back of the controller like this will be standard at some point. Because, I mean, so Sony has already added more buttons to their controller in the form of the touchpad being clicky, you know? Like, you've got 2 more buttons with the 2 sides of the touchpad, essentially. With the touchpad also having, like, swipables, right? So, yeah, they're definitely, like, adding more inputs. And I just think that buttons on the back are probably going to be standard at some point. All right, all right. So far, I'm noticing a distinct lack of snakes. However, that's kind of what we expected. Oh, we don't have Libra. I thought I saw question marks. Well, right, they wouldn't... I'm not saying to replace R3, L3. I'm saying as another set of buttons. And one thing that's kind of particularly important for having like buttons on the back of the controller or more buttons is just that for people who want to rebind their controls, you know, it's nice to have more options. That's something that console games in general, I think, need to keep being better about, is allowing players to rebind buttons. Yeah, there's already controllers with buttons on the back that are, like, bindable to existing buttons. And that's why I say that, like, I won't be surprised if that just becomes standard. And have them be, like, unique enough, right? To where, they can be bound to whatever. Okay, I don't think that snakes exist in the Flood. So we are going to make our way back. I'm going to go through the jungle just in case a rare monster spawns. Yeah. Right. The Steam Deck has them. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I do think that that's a thing that'll be on, you know, just standard on consoles at some point. Right, Steam input. It's one of the reasons that I'm a big fan of Steam. You know, like, I feel like there was a while there, and maybe it was because I was watching too much Jim Sterling at the time, but, like, there was a while there where I feel like there was just incessant bitching about Steam happening on the internet. And I was always like, I don't know, man. Steam has done so much for the video game industry that, like, yeah, are there some issues on the platform? If you're an indie game, is it hard to get discovered? Yeah. But I don't think that that's necessarily Steam's fault because of all of the good things that they're doing. And then on top of that, also, for the record, people can bitch on behalf of indie game developers all they want. However, the only indie game developer that I know personally and have spoken to personally loves Steam. And being on Steam is great because of how incredibly easy they make hosting your game on Steam, adding patches, like updating your game and patching your game, putting your game on sale, right? All like the amount of control that you have over your game is super nice and convenient. Versus other platforms where you have to go through like a certification process in order to patch your game, you know? Now, is that quality control? Sure. But like when you have to pay money in order to be able to patch your game, right, and it has to go through like a certification that makes it take several days and stuff, you know? Like, it's pretty nice that on Steam, you just upload the new version of your game, and it looks at the new version, and Steam looks at the new version compared to the old version, and automatically compiles a patch that updates it. And that's, like, just super, super great for the developer. And yeah, like, the Steam input thing is personally a huge deal for me because I really like to use the Pro Controller. You know, my main controller that I use on Steam, or on PC, is the Switch Pro Controller, and there are tons and tons of games that natively don't support it. Or don't support direct input in general. But Steam makes it all work. And yeah, you can even add a non-Steam game to Steam, and then Steam input works with it. It's nutso. Totally. Why Switch Pro Controller? I just really, really like the comfort of that controller. Like, the shape of the controller is perfect. The sticks are in a really nice spot and have a really nice range of motion. The face buttons are, like, really nicely laid out and flat and big. And yeah, I do also, as long, yeah, I think it's more comfortable than the DualSense, personally. And then, as long as it's close, though. Like, don't get me wrong, it's close. The DualSense is a very comfortable controller. Don't get me wrong, you know. I just prefer the Pro Controller. Though, the back button, or the R2 and L2, though, ZL and ZR being non-analog is generally a good thing also. I generally do prefer that. If a game uses the analog R2 and L2, though, then, of course, I have to use a PlayStation controller. But most of the time, I'm playing games that don't. And so having those buttons be non-analog is nice. But alright. So now, we are trying to get to the Paramina Rift, so I will go this way. Here's something that I'm a little bit worried about, you know? See, I don't agree with that at all, Rick Sim. I still love Nintendo, and the reason being that Nintendo makes fun games, right? That's what it all comes down to. Is that Nintendo's games are fun. And they also generally stick to a business model that I like. Which is that they make a... Well, listen to me here. They generally make fun games that are... that they don't bog down in live services... and DLC. Yeah, they have a little bit of DLC, right? but it's not like microtransactions. It's not fucking live services, right? Like, Microsoft, at least for a while, was the fucking worst. Where they were putting microtransactions into their first party main fucking shit, you know? Like Gears of War, for example. Gears of War games had microtransactions and loot boxes in them. What the fuck, you know? And Sony, and Nintendo was the company not doing that, right? And so you can say that they're anti-consumer with stuff like the fact that they're very, very protective of their IPs. But, you know, I think that, like, yeah, they shouldn't be so protective of their IPs. But at the same time, it is their right to do that. You know, it is their IP. And, yeah, they're protective of it, but guess what? That also does, like, keep the value of it high, you know? Like, meanwhile, Halo and Gears of War as IPs have been in the shitter for a long time. So, also, like, the thing about the Switch is that you can buy a Switch game and you put it into your system and you play it, you know? Which is a very, the games on Switch generally don't really need patches, and if they do need patches, the patches are very, very small, because the system doesn't have a lot of size, storage space to begin with. You know, games don't have big installs and all that kind of stuff, right? And so, you know, hang on, what are you talking about? So yeah, anyway, my whole thing, the reason that I go to bat for Nintendo, right, is that Mario Odyssey kicks ass. Breath of the Wild kicks ass. Metroid Dread kicks ass. Animal Crossing New Horizons, great. You know, fucking Kirby Forgotten Land, awesome, right? Like, when Nintendo comes out and they make, right, and they make a video game, it's awesome. And it's very fun. And you buy it, and you put it into your Switch, and you play it. And it's great. And I put a lot of value in that. Now, Pokemon isn't looking so hot, you know? The new Pokemon game isn't looking so hot, but that doesn't affect me because I don't like Pokemon games. I don't like Pokemon games. I don't play Pokemon games. That part of it just doesn't affect me. Game Freak has been dropping the ball this entire generation as far as the quality of their games go, but that part of it doesn't matter to me because I don't play their games anyway. So yeah, like, the funny thing is that it's like, people say that Nintendo is anti-consumer. However, in my personal, anecdotal experience, right? In my experience, Nintendo has been very customer friendly because I buy their games and their games are good and they work. In my experience, that's how it's been. And the Switch is a wonderful piece of hardware that geniusly switches between a handheld and a docked console. And all of the games that I play on it are great. And my Joy-Cons are doing just fine. And I've had a wonderful time with my Switch. My PS4, on the other hand, the PS4 is sort of a big pile of shit that just has Bloodborne on it. And the PS5 is sort of a pile of shit that has Demon's Souls Remake on it. So, the Switch, on the other hand, I've got a very healthy, library of games on that are very fun, and I look forward to playing them more. Non-standard PD charging breaks my Switch. I don't know what you're talking about. But, Oh, God, we've already had this conversation. You're talking about the Virtual Console? And the fact that Virtual Console games are tied to a system? So we've had this conversation. I've said my piece. My thing about the Virtual Console is that you can repair a broken Wii, for the most part. For the most part, right, you can repair a broken Wii. You can also, yeah, for the most part, right? Also, Wiis are generally pretty sturdy systems, right? In my experience, Wiis are quite sturdy, quite good. At least, you know, besides the disk drive, but that doesn't matter for Virtual Console. Now, what you can't repair is when Sony or Microsoft or whoever decides to stop offering their games digitally, or shut the servers down, or the CMOS battery in your system dies that holds required data for the server authentication. And so you have a system that isn't broken, you've taken care of it, or you've been able to repair it, and your non-broken system still is not going to be able to play games in the future that you purchased because of fucking server authentication, because it's not tied to the hardware, but rather is tied to your account. That's been patched. It's been patched on the PS4. It has not been patched and won't be patched on the PS3. PS3 is still fucked. So yeah. I mean, so my whole point here, though, am I sure? No. I'm not 100% positive, but at the time that they patched it for PS4, that's what the word was. And so, you know, my whole thing is just that I prefer, you know, I prefer when things are more system based and not account based, because I prefer less server authentication. I prefer less internet reliance. You know, and so that's what the Wii did. So I have no problem with how the Virtual Console was handled on the Wii. Also, like, the other part of it, too, is that the Virtual Console in general was a hugely revolutionary step forward in digital content on systems in the first place. Like, the Virtual Console was incredible for the time that it came out. So, like, did they make the infrastructure in a way that a lot of consumers later decided they didn't like? Sure. But they were also the first people doing that shit, you know? And the games were cheap. The games were also very cheap. You know, they weren't selling the games for $60 on there. It's a lot different when you pay $60, $70 for a digital game that you can no longer play. The most expensive games on Virtual Console were like $10. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing here? The Virtual Console, in general, yeah, was, like, also very, very good. Okay, so we ran through Golmore Jungle. We're in the Rift now. We're looking for wild onions, specifically. So that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I really, you know, we're not gonna agree, right? And that's fine. But that's my piece, at least. That's why I'm not raging and mad at Nintendo, and that's why I don't resort to stealing their stuff, is because I'm just fine with how they've done everything. Not everything. Okay, like, let's bitch about Nintendo for a minute. What are the things that I dislike about Nintendo, and what would I bitch about Nintendo? I think that their online expansion pass for N64 stuff is too expensive. I think making Super Mario 3D All-Stars for Switch a quote-unquote limited thing was stupid. Making Super Mario 35 only a limited time was also stupid. I don't like that they cease and desist things that are cool. They could definitely use better netcode. I mean, one thing about playing Nintendo games online is that, like, for a moment, right, to give them a little bit more credit for a second, is that if you don't have the online expansion and you just have base online connectivity with Nintendo, it's much, much cheaper than the other than the other options. So that's nice, you know. And I've always found getting into a game and playing with people is generally very easy for something like Mario Kart. It's only something like Smash Bros. That's a much, much more intense and frame-based game where it's like, yeah, they really should be using, like, rollback netcode instead of the shit that they do right now. Like, for Smash Bros, their netcode is very bad. But it's fine for like Mario Kart in my experience. Overpriced? I don't think $20 for a year is overpriced. Especially when it comes with the NES and SNES, like, Netflix style thing. As in, like, the game streaming for NES and SNES. I think $20 for a year is totally cool. Like, that's great. But yeah, I think the expansion is too expensive. Yep. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. So, once again, we are here to find wild onions and also any rare monster that we might come across. You know what I should do, actually? I should be doing this in the Fawn Coast, so that if I run into a rare monster by accident, it's likely to be that dragon, that worm, that the guy is talking about. That's in these parts. You get voice chat? Yeah, what's interesting about that, now, again, this is just for someone like me, right? I can only speak from my experience and my opinion. And my opinion is that you don't need system-based voice chat. You know, I don't. I should word it that way. I don't need system-based voice chat. I would rather not hear random people on the microphones. If I play a game online with another person, I'm chatting with them on Discord, you know? But then again, you know, back in the day when I played online games like, when I played online games like Team Fortress 2 and stuff, I did enjoy the voice chat. So, you know. That's kind of never been Nintendo's thing though, right? Like, the game, like, you don't play Team Fortress 2 on Switch, right? You play Splatoon on Switch, and Splatoon is a game that doesn't need voice chat. So, you know, whatever. But you're right, though, that, like, Steam does it better. The friends list on Steam and having, DMs, IMs on Steam, having voice calls and all that, like, that's great. You know, as far as online goes, we can all agree that Steam does it the best. Not just with the functionality, the high functionality, but also the fact that Steam is fucking free. Guess what's free? Steam! So, that's pretty great. Then again, though, I mean, the thing about it's a little disingenuous to just say that Steam is free, though, because Steam itself, I don't think, has dedicated servers that you can use. You know what I mean? You still have to host your own, like, every game that has online play has to host its own servers. Right? Or you have to do, like, peer-to-peer, whatever you call it. What do they call that? Where, like, one person is the host of a game? They have to do it that way because it's cheaper than having dedicated servers. Okay, is this where the onions were before? How many more onions do I need to take care of, by the way? Oh, we need to fight another air elemental in the coast there. In the coast there. 6?! Well, at least we did find 3 at a time. Yeah, that's true, Rixim. That's true. I believe when, like, Activision has Call of Duty or whatever, I think they have to make their own dedicated servers or do the host thing. They're not using Sony servers. Which, honestly, with Sony's track record of servers hosting just, like, PlayStation Network shit, that's probably a good thing. Holy shit. You want to talk about bad online service. It's gotten better, but, like, oh man, downloading patches and stuff like that on Sony consoles has always been shit. Like, man, I remember there was one day where I wanted to play a game, and it had like a it had like a either like a 1 gig patch or like even like a half a gig patch. It was like a half a gig to 1 gig, right? It was somewhere in there, the patch. And it took overnight to download it. Now and it's not my internet, right? My internet at the time was like 300 megabits per second or something like that. Fucking PS4 took overnight to download this patch. Meanwhile, I can go over to Steam and download like a 20 gig game in, you know, in like in less than 30 minutes. That's another thing that Steam has always done incredibly well, is their download service. When you download something from Steam, I don't know how they do it, but when you download something from Steam, it fucking caps your internet, you know? Like, the actual bottleneck of how fast I can download something from Steam is how fast my computer's CPU is able to process writing it to the disk. You know? Meanwhile, you try to download something on PlayStation Network, and it's like fucking 5 megabits per second, like we're on DSL. Right, and like the download and install being simultaneous. Yeah, the fact that when Steam downloads a game, it's downloading it into a playable state instead of just downloading an installer. Like, I tell you, again, there was a while where I heard all kinds of bitching about Steam, but it's like, when you itemize how fucking good Steam is as a service, it's hard to argue with it, you know? Yeah, you go to the Steam new releases tab and it's a bunch of bullshit and there's nothing good on there. But, like, who really goes to the Steam new releases tab? Like, when I'm looking for a new game, I see what my friends are playing on Twitch, you know? And I go, oh, the Mortuary's Assistant. Never heard of that before. Let me look at it for a minute. Wow, this looks kind of cool. Maybe I'll buy it, right? I made a Steam account when I bought the orange box. And that would have been when I was, like, 17? Which is about 15 years ago. So, yeah, I guess my account is about 15 years old. Clan Primer. Hey, there we go. Alright, so we got the wild onion filled out. Alright, well, I didn't find any rare monsters while I was here. So I'm going to say let's next go to the Fawn Coast. So let's take a quick look here at what needs to be seen there. Quite a few things in the tomb here. It's just an air elemental? Alright. Well, let's go to the Fawn Coast. Let's run around, find an air elemental, and try to see if we can find that rare monster again. And as always, we are on the lookout for a rare monster while we're going there. Bum 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 bum. All right. So one thing I'm worried about oh, wait a minute, ice elemental. Hopefully I've actually fought one of these. Okay. Is that the first ice elemental? No? Good. Is that even part of Paramina Rift? It is. Okay, we got it. Nice. One thing I'm a little bit worried about as far as the Switch goes, but I'm honestly, the state of Pokemon Scarlet Violet makes me a little bit less worried about this, is that, like, okay, so let's say there's going to be a Switch successor coming out, right? Let's imagine that at E3 this year or something, they announce a Switch successor. Do you guys think that Nintendo will make the Switch successor be backward compatible with the Switch? Because I think they will. However, what makes me worry about with it, what makes me slightly worry about it is the fact that the Steam Deck just came out, and the Steam Deck is amazingly more powerful than the Switch is. But in order for the Switch to be backward compatible, they might be locked into NVIDIA's, like, Tegra processor or whatever. They use the NVIDIA Tegra, right, in the Switch? And if they're locked into that, and that would make the Switch, like, the Switch successor be, like, super bottlenecked as far as how powerful it's able to be, then they might not be able to. You know what I mean? Okay, so you're saying it's not an issue. That was just something I thought about the other day, you know? Remember when the Xbox 360 was kind of backward compatible with the regular Xbox, but only kind of, and you had to download patches to make it work? Stuff like that is why, like, I think it would suck if the Switch was not backward compatible, but at the same time, stuff not being backward compatible is not really that much of a surprise. I'm not saying that it's fine, you know. I really, really, really think, especially with the success of the Switch, it would be very, very disappointing if it's not, right? But would it be surprising? A little. Only a little. Alright, alright. What's the problem with x86 for video games? Is it a... Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Right. So, like, you can imagine a world where they would be unable to do backward compatibility. It's very weird that, you know, it's very weird that, like, Nintendo's emulation lately, like with the N64 emulator on Switch and stuff, has been so, like, shoddy, since the Virtual Console was, like, remarkably good, and still is. You know, it's just one of those things where Companies don't stay the same company forever. So what am I looking for here? We're looking for an elemental. On one hand, while I'm here, we're looking for a rare monster that's some kind of worm. And at the same time, I'm looking for an some kind of elemental that needs to be taken out. But other than that, I believe we've filled out this place's bestiary. I am gonna go talk to the guy again, though, just in case. But look at the overcast weather, by the way. Maybe this worm only comes out in overcast? And maybe it would be not a good idea for me to go into town, because that might, like, redo the weather, you know what I mean? You know what? I might not have actually fought these guys, these little guys. Because at some point in the game, I kind of quit fighting enemies that had green health bars. And enemies that were cute. Well, alright, alright. So that's the plan right now. Kind of what I hope, though, is when I talk to the guy that gives clues about rare monsters, that he'll just give me a clue for a new one that I haven't heard yet. FPGA is dumb? What's dumb about it? If I'm not mistaken, FPGA technology is getting us the most accurate emulation we've ever had. Just the price? So what if it wasn't overpriced? Do you have any other issue with it? Because the price is only a matter of time. That's just a thing right now. What if this is the spot that we have to stop and wait for? Again, the question is, will there be two? Will they actually make two monsters in this area? Heavyweight? From what I've seen, software emulation is not as good as FPGA stuff. FPGA stuff seems to be like fucking revolutionizing emulation. But hey, who knows? Maybe I've just only heard the hype men. And what I'm hoping is that, you know, the cost will come down eventually, right? Paying $400 to $600. So are you talking about the Mister? Because the Mister doesn't do just NES. It does everything. Like everything, and the Mister is being continually developed to add more and more support for more and more things for the one cost, you know? So like, oh, NES is already perfect on PC. Okay. Well, it's not just that, though. The highest gen? You know, I'm not sure. But I believe, well, the thing is, I was gonna say I believe it's PS1. It's something that's being continually worked on, though. Like, I wouldn't buy a Mister at this point personally, but that's because I just don't do emulation, right? I just don't emulate stuff, so it's not a product for me anyway. But I'm definitely not like. I don't blame anyone for being excited about it and buying it. Software cycle accurate emulators exist? Which one? What's the cycle accurate emulator for PS1? Standalone DuckStation is pretty great, but I don't think it's perfect. Mednathan Zebra? So that I've never even heard of. Alright, here we go. But I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm just not so caught up in what other people are doing as a hobby. Right? Like, people are programming this FPGA stuff and making these cool new emulators, and other people are excited about it and buying it? Oh. The thing is, like, so now you're speaking my language. Why not just buy the hardware itself? See, that's more my style, right? But I mean, the reason is because, like, with a Mister, you don't have to pay exorbitant prices for the games themselves. But I mean, that is my style, though, where it's like I just play games on real hardware, and if I can't afford a game, then I don't play it. And that's just fine, you know? But I mean, I do like to see the I do like to see the general interest in retro gaming go up, you know? Like, as people are working on this stuff, it's getting a lot more people interested in it. Bum ba da da dum. Yeah, I mean, I've got my general issues with emulation that I think well, the thing about FPGAs though is or the thing about what I've heard and seen of them is, like, NES on an emulator, I think feels like shit. Because of things like USB drivers and whatnot. You end up with, like, a frame or two of lag just based on the hardware. Or just based on the fact that it's software, I mean to say. And I mean, there's gotta be a way to fix that, because, like, people are getting the goddamn Super Mario Bros. World record on emulator. So, there's gotta at least be a way to deal with it that people have figured out. In my experience, though, that's kind of been the big problem. Probably not running Windows? I mean, these are streamers that I'm talking about. But yeah, I mean, you might be right. It could be something like setting up a, it could be something like what I do, right? Where OBS isn't even running on the same PC. Oh, there we go. But yeah, that could be. Yeah, generally gaming monitors are a tad better than TVs. That's part of the reason that I'm still on this TV that I'm on, is that this TV feels great. It has very, very low delay. And so I'm running this TV fully into the ground before I replace it. But I've shown you guys how, like, this TV has, like, burn-in on the edges of a 4x3 screen, you know? Like, when I play a full-screen game, you can see, like, a slight burn-in at the edge of where 4x3 is, because I'm mostly playing 4x3 on it. And, you know, this TV has a couple little issues like that with it. But it's just such a nice it's just such a nice feeling TV that I don't want to get rid of it yet. Yeah, I agree with that, Rixim. It's it's definitely too expensive for me. But here's the deal, though. Let me tell you something else. I've spent way more than $600 getting my old consoles to look good. You know? RetroTink 5X, that's $300. Getting my NES modded to be able to output RGB, that cost money. Getting my N64 modded for RGB, that cost money. Getting my GameCube modded for RGB, that cost money. You know? You could avoid getting your GameCube modded, and instead, get the component cables for it, but that's even more expensive than getting it modded. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I agree with plenty of what you're saying, right? I agree with plenty of what you're saying, but I'm just saying price. The biggest issue is price. And for the record, it is significantly more expensive to play real hardware. Unless you guys send me more games. Did you guys know that Final Fantasy XII was sent to me by Moraine? He mailed this game to me. When he mailed this game to me, I don't know if he expected that we were going to play it for 200 hours. But yeah, I mean, I agree with that part of it, Rixim. For me, yeah, I would agree. I wouldn't pay $600 for an emulator, right? But I think it's really cool. It's cool, but I wouldn't buy it. And that I agree with you on. But part of me saying that it's cool also means that, like, I'm not going to judge anybody else for getting into it because it's a hobby, right? It's someone putting a bunch of money to have fun with their hobby, right? And I perfectly respect that. There is a mighty worm supposed to roam about these parts. That's basically what we're trying to do right now, Dr. Law. Okay. So what I'm doing, though, is I want to fill out the bestiary. So, like, I'm also looking for an air elemental so that we can fill out the sage knowledge and whatnot, you know? So looking for an air elemental while we search for the dragon. The worm. I wouldn't think that it's going to be in this room to the right. Why is my phone telling me that I have a bunch of Discord messages? Hello? Oh, these are text messages. That's why. I'm sorry, sir. We have to murder you. He's an ally and everything. Sorry, bro. Oh, wait. Wait, he's a Sikh fisher? Yo, what if murdering this guy, we can take his fishing rod? Look at this. He's not even fighting back. Poor guy. Got him. So the reason I had to murder that guy is because now that's in the bestiary. Right? Uh-oh. Wait a second. I still only need one Sikh? Oh, no! He died for nothing! That didn't even count! Can we Phoenix down him? I was 99% sure we wouldn't be able to, but you know. I felt bad enough to look. Alright, so that's a thing up there. We've just got another wolf. So it's been fun, right? It's been fun looking for these rare monsters. I do kind of wonder how long I'm willing to... How many rare monsters am I willing to find and be blown off? How long am I willing to be blown off by Mont Blanc before I decide to just call it? Hello? What up, Mons? Bum 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 bum. Well, it's still overcast here. So the different weather does make me feel good about, you know, this being like a new, holy shit, that's like the best emote I've ever seen. Okay. Well, shit. I do wish I could at least find that air elemental. And yeah, I right now, like, mentally, internally, I'm just kind of taking bets or placing bets with myself about, yeah, it's from Hollow Knight. I'm kind of taking bets with myself on how many rare game it's going to take for Montblanc to recognize me, you know? Because apparently there's 80. According to the bestiary, there are apparently 80 monsters. And so I'm kind of thinking maybe we need to get 40 of them, right? Like maybe we got to get half of them. I'm very worried that we have to get all 80 though. But I doubt it. I doubt it. That would be crazy. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind that there are several people who know. Right, of course. Oh, God, my neck hurts. What the fuck? I was saying earlier, this morning, all I did this morning was I was laying in bed and I adjusted myself. I lifted up my midsection with my head, and it just like just cramped my neck. Just mega cramped my neck out of nowhere. Oh, what the hell is this? Archaeosaur? Is this normal? Are you normally here? Ah, this guy's normally here. This isn't anything special. I thought it might have been from that two Mons, but no. I remember it happening as I was getting up. You know, I almost got up at like 8 today. Because I went to bed, pretty early last night. Early being like 11. Like, pretty early for me. How to find this damn monster, huh? I think I'll take it up here for a minute. It's also possible that when he says these parts, he means the cheetah uplands. You know. But didn't we just... Oh, no. It was here that we got the other rare monster. Let's try the uplands for a while, because this... Yeah, this is really starting to take way too long. Oh, yeah, I've heard... I remember when the Banner Saga came out. Seemed like it got mostly positive buzz around it. Alright, so let's take a look at the bestiary in the uplands then. We need to fight 6 more Crocs and 1 Earth Elemental. It's the Crocs again, man. Have you ever thought to yourself, do you ever wonder, like, am I just in constant pain? Like, I think about the way that my body feels just sitting here, and I wonder if other people have less painful bodies. You know? Where, like, if they were to just be in my body for, like, 10 seconds, they'd be like, holy shit, that was excruciating. What if? But I'm just used to it. Or the, you know, could be the opposite as well. Bum, bum, bum. It's just one of those things you think about, right? Yeah, I think the same thing, Leebaz. Like and that's part of what makes me wonder about it, is that it's like, what if I had a better diet? What if I exercised every day? You know, and ate a better diet and got better sleep. What would I feel like? Alright, so Coerals and Serpents are... They are the things that we've already taken care of and we're already good on. I think up by those windmills are like... Malboros. Which have a different, They're like under a different category in the bestiary. Yo, Terra? Yeah, I'm trying to exercise a little bit more. We got an exercise bike. I use it every, you know, I'm using it every once in a while right now. We'll see if I continue to get better about it. I don't really like how it feels, though. Like, it's one of those old-ass exercise bikes where it's just a bike that's not on the ground, and you're just biking against the brakes, you know, is all you're doing. So it feels real shitty to actually be on. Just biking against brakes. Yo, Starman. It is very, very long if you play it like I'm playing it. Where you're really looking for all the side quests and stuff. Then you have periods where you eat junk and don't exercise for months. Do you notice like a change in how you feel? Why PS1 and not a PS2? Oh wait, hang on. Thinking out loud about picking up a PS1 today if your paycheck comes in. Nice, nice. I mean, PS1s are hella cheap. Hella cheap. Okay, so what are you? A bell wyvern? I think I've seen these. Or, I mean, these are, yeah, these are very normal. Where are you? I wish I could sort the bestiary, like, fully alphabetically, you know? Because instead I have to find out, like, okay, so what is this actually under? Oh yeah, we're looking for Crocs. Zertnan Caverns had a couple things. Oh yeah, the bogies. See, like, where the hell is Bell Wyvern on here? I wouldn't imagine that it's rare. Oh. Give me 1 second here. I gotta run to the restroom real quick. I just realized Kit Kat came in earlier, and I didn't say hi, nor did I answer the question of what happened to the run. Is that a thing that happened? GameCube games run better on Wii. Yeah? I've never had an issue with playing GameCube games on GameCube. But that's interesting, that there's a crash that happens on GameCube. Okay. The Sky Trail, this thing. The whole card reader flew off and broke. Wait a second. You were just at a supermarket. You tried to pull the receipt. And you pulled it off and it broke. Oh, Xenogears. Yeah, Xenosaga's PS2. Hey. Hi, Mia. Whoa. She just clicked my mouse with her tail. Did a clerk come over and be like, what the fuck happened? And you were like, I don't know? Or did you just leave without saying anything? Okay. Man, elementals are harder to find than I thought they were. I feel like I remember them being all over the place when I was just generally adventuring. But now here we are, and they're nowhere to be seen. Yeah, Fire Emblem Path of Radiance is a very expensive game nowadays. The art style of the new Fire Emblem hurts your eyes? Oh, man. I'd have to look at it again. I don't remember it looking any different. Or, I don't remember it looking significantly different, I should say. The limited edition Fire Emblem for 3DS complete in box. Which one is 3DS? Awakening? Or was Three Houses also 3DS? No, that was Switch. I haven't really gotten into the Fire Emblem series yet, so I'm not sure about this stuff. Okay, there we go. Here's our gator. Yeah, I just don't know what you're talking about, Quats. But let everyone know, he's not trying to joke around here. He's serious. I just don't know what you're talking about. I saw the trailer for it, and I don't remember it being like visually different, really, from the other Fire Emblems. Oh, Sky Pirate's Den is updated? What the fuck? What's new in the Sky Pirate's Den? This is significant. Is it you? Oh, it must be this. Awarded for raising the party's average level to 50. Oh. I didn't realize that that was a thing. Is that what just happened? Probably. Let's do the math real quick. On my phone's calculator that I had to download from the Google Play Store because it didn't have a calculator built in. 12 plus 87 plus 87 plus 11 plus 87 plus 16 is 300 exactly. So over 6 is exactly 50. So yep. On the very last level up, we achieved exactly 50 average level of the party. So now that makes me wonder, I guess I should have been leveling up those lower guys. Let's see. Let me get down to where I am real quick. The uplands. We need 5 more Crocs. Oh my god. Yeah, not sure which one to play. Yeah, I don't know. All I can tell you is that if you're like me and you enjoy the fact that you're playing a PS2 game, then you'll like this one. But if you want stuff like, you know, being able to turn on the 4 times extra speed mode, and have there be no loading times, you know, depending on the platform you play on, stuff like that. You know, up-resed graphics. Hang on, Mia. My crotch itches underneath you. Okay. Thank you. Alright, alright. Let's see what we're doing here. Still looking for Crocs. Oh yeah, being able to set up different Gambit profiles sounds very nice. I've worn Crocs before, like briefly, and I found them to be very uncomfortable. I don't like shoes that you can just kick them right off, you know? They're too loose. And it, like, makes my ankles sore to, like, walk, because you have to walk weirdly in them to keep them on your feet, you know what I mean? So that said, I mean, I can say the same thing about, like, flip-flops and stuff, you know? It's just Crocs are even uglier than flip-flops. Yeah, I generally enjoy in games when your party members are AI controlled. You know, as long, of course, as with everything, as long as it's done right. Because I like the kind of immersion of, like, being on an actual team. You know what I mean? Like, I liked that about Persona 3, for example. Because it really, you know, it felt more like you were on a team. Alright. See you later, Mia. Mia. Now she's fucking with me again. She only wanted to cuddle for a minute to act nonchalant about now starting to fuck with me. Okay, again, these gators are so rare for how many of them they want us to kill. I feel like today is one of the days where I feel like I'm making very little progress in the game, you know? Like, I don't think I've found one rare monster yet. Yeah, haven't found any rare monsters yet. But instead, we're just, you know, running around looking for random rare monsters. Which, you know, the last time we were doing this, I found a few. It was very nice. Yeah. What's this little bit here? Little spots like this in the world now all just make me really, suspicious now. Because of that one monster where we had to stand in a specific spot in order to get it to spawn, you know? But Gravy Robber has redeemed Riff Out for 3,000 squats. Alrighty. Speaking of gravy, it's Thanksgiving on Wednesday. And I tell you, a nice big hunk of dark meat, right? With just swimming in gravy. Healthy amount of pepper on it. Absolutely love it. So I'm very excited for that. I also have to go to Nicole's family's Thanksgiving, though, and I tell you, that's a bit rougher. Because they make a big deal about lutefisk. Do you guys know what lutefisk is? Yeah, it's gross. Yeah, yeah, it's gross. It's like a fish dish. It's like a jiggly fucking It's like a jiggly, white, clear fish. That is disgusting. And, their family makes that, but it's the old thing where not only do they make it, right, yeah, see, we're also Minnesotan, which is why it's there, because of the Minnesotan roots, you know, but it's, I don't like it, I don't even want it near me. And Thanksgiving at Nicole's place is not only is it there, but it's gonna get pushed on you, you know? And I have to fucking decline it 8 times, you know what I mean? Which just, it drives me nuts. Like, I'm a super picky eater, right? And the thing that bugs me with being a very picky eater is just when, like, people don't understand that you just don't want something. Just leave me alone for a minute. You always hear that you're missing out. Oh, you're missing out. No, I'm not. I don't like it. I don't like the thing, so I'm not missing out on it. Mia. Get out of here, you. She's messing with my cables again. Right, yeah, and if you were to try it, and right, exactly. It's a lose-lose now. Okay, there seem to be a lot of respawns happening around here. Look at all these dudes. Let's try in here. This place seems pretty dry. See, smoked salmon I understand. And, you know, Nicole's all about smoked salmon. Alright, alright. Cold herrings. How do you feel about spotted dick? Is that a fish thing? I'm actually not sure if that's a fish thing. I think it is. But yeah, I generally don't like I generally don't like seafood. I'm just not a seafood person in general. Even the good stuff, you know, I'm just not, it's not really for me. I'm all turf, no surf. Alright, here we go. Gotta be careful, though, I guess. Saying that you're turf means something different in some other contexts. I mean with a U. Oh, man, there is just nothing to find here, is there? Oh, here's an... Oh, wait. Wait. Chris? Oh. Okay. Okay, we did it. We found one. Did I get one, though? Have we already found this guy? Rare game. Oh, let's go. Okay, beautiful. That's right. Chris Abyss is here. Oh, that didn't get the guy? Okay. Here we go. It is time to do the thing that we do. Which is, well, actually, this one's going to be a little different. I think we need bowline sashes because it's a Marlboro, you know? But you can still have the thief's cuffs at least until we steal. Maybe this is the opposite of how I should be doing it. It is. Alright, here we go. We're going to go steal, steal, steal. And then... Alright, let's go. Get him. Oh, God, I'm getting my ass kicked, actually. Okay. I did not realize that this was going to be such a big deal. So let's go. You protect Ga. You... Probably Shelga, also. And then, how about Bubbles as well? So... Bubble. Bubble. Oh, yikes. Okay, I stole something. Bowline sashes. Ribbon. Back to gambits. Alright, let's go. I don't have Haska. Alright, we got him. Oh! And that was a trophy even. Very nice. I found the ribbon in Lower Pharos. Just in a chest. I was running around looking for Ixion, I think. Okay. What are we doing? We're going to go Clan Primer. Bestiary. Alright, there we go. Look at that. We have found ourselves another rare monster. Beautiful. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 2, 4, 6, 8, 20. 2, 4, 6, 8, 30. So we found 30 of the 80. Huh, weird that they're not in order. Wait, 58, 59. But then this one's 20. There might be something to that. for us to look into. But alright, there we go. We did it. We found a rare monster. Excellent. Just when you are starting to get, worried about the lack of rare monsters you've been finding. Your grandma said some of her grandparents landed in Minnesota. Had family they exchanged. Yeah. It's a big Minnesota thing, is that there's lots of Scandinavian descent here. Or ancestry here, I should say. And like part of the reason that there is Lutefisk at like Nicole's family's house is that their family is very Norwegian. Like very even like recently, like I want to say like it doesn't go super far back. They're coming from Norway. All right. Yeah, it definitely seems like an old folks thing. There's a lot of Viking descendants. Yeah, we have a whole football team of them. Speaking of which, I actually forgot. Wasn't Brock Lesnar on the Vikings for like a season? He was the center, wasn't he? He only tried out. Oh, okay. And got cut at the end. Okay, gotcha. I mean, him being the last man cut, it might have been one of those things where it was financially beneficial, as far as like, what's the word? PR. Like advertising, right? Like, I'm sure they were getting a lot of PR for Brock Lesnar being around. So getting rid of him as late as possible might just mean that they were stringing people along, you know? That were fans or something like that. What? Wait, that was a rare monster? Whoa! I didn't even notice. I just noticed that it didn't die in one hit and was like, what the fuck? Alright. Apparently that was the Grimalkin. How about that? Well, that's 31. And I haven't even found an Earth Elemental yet. I mean, we're kind of here to find an Earth Elemental, you know? And I was just like, you know, maybe we'll get some rare monsters along the way. And we have indeed. We're popping off. We just got 2 in a row. But that's part of why I'm, like, fighting everything as well, is because, like, that guy I didn't even notice was different. He's different. Get him. You think it's going to take another 100 hours? I don't know. What up, Taco? We are indeed hunting monsters. So this is Monster Hunter in the same way that Tomb Raider is a role-playing game, because you play the role of Lara Croft in the game. Fran, are you gonna shoot this thing or what? Oh my god, the misses. Alright, there we go. Oh, yeah. The map in this game is... you know, this is actually the first time that, that I've thought about that. I didn't even realize that, yeah. This map is very much like Monster Hunter. I was saying that there was something else, though, that reminded me of Monster Hunter in this game. Oh, wait. No, that was Elden Ring, I was saying that. When, like, you're fighting a dragon and its movement just, like, despawns it out of nowhere and then you gotta run around and find it. It kind of reminds me of when they run away in Monster Hunter. But yeah, in this game, I hadn't even thought about that yet, but you're exactly right. You felt bad about hurting the monsters. That's, I can see that. I mean, a lot of them are cute. And, like, the first things that they have you hunt down are helpless, you know? They just want you to go fight some, like, helpless herbivores, you know? Monster Hunter is fun, though. I especially liked Monster Hunter World. I thought, like, man, the changes that they made in World were really, really cool. And I got pretty into that one for a while. But, I mean, I got into it for a non-Monster Hunter player. I did not get into it as far as Monster... Because people who play Monster Hunter games are fucking built different, you know? Like, to me, I think once you hit 200 hours in a game, that's like legendary gameplay status, you know? There are not very many games that I've played for 200 hours, right? Very, very few. But in Monster Hunter units, in Monster Hunter talk, 200 hours is like you're just getting into it. But a game like, you know, I've played like Hollow Knight for 200 hours, right? But that's because I beat the game several times. I played Sekiro for 200 hours. Yeah, I beat the game like 15 times. I played Valheim for 200 hours. You know, and that's because I went through all of the currently available bosses several times. Including like permadeath and stuff. Speaking of, I kind of want to do a... Man, I'm really looking forward to the full release of Valheim so I can do another solo permadeath run of it. What if I could rope Popo into a 2-player Valheim, permadeath Valheim run? Wouldn't that be something? Get him to do a Valheim server. I mean, if what you want is for there to be a Valheim server available for the Popo community, I mean, if I was to get him to play with me, I think I would have to make a server and host it myself, because I'm not going to do a rented server. I could just host one, I think. Then I might, you know, I could probably make it available to everybody, you know? Or make another one available to everybody. And yeah, totally. Like, right. When, you know, when we were younger, right, I did play every game for many, many hours, you know? Whoa, Jesus Christ, that scared me. But yeah, like, take like Crash Bandicoot, for example. I wonder how many hours of Crash Bandicoot I played. Probably 200. Oh, right, Taco. Totally. Like, that's the issue with trying to be a streamer who is running a server that goes always, is that, right, you log in the next day and people have fucking grinded it, you know? To where you don't have to do anything. Because it's like, oh, okay, so while you were gone, we mined 1,000 iron and silver. So here's your full silver set to upgrade from the leather that you were using last time you played. And it's like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? So it would have to be like, I think us doing a 2-player thing would be fun, because it would only be we would only be playing while we were playing, you know? And here we ruined the game for you. Exactly. Are you proud? Are you proud of how much work I put into ruining the game for you? But yeah. So, you know, it would have to be handled a certain way. Which the way to do it would be when the streamer is on, the server is up, you know? And that's it. So what would you say then, Taco? If I were to present Popo with the idea of us doing a 2-player permadeath run, would that step on the idea of instead maybe I should also try to convince him to just make a server for us all to play for fun? Because I don't think he would want to do both at once, right? That might be too much Valheim. But at the same time, I don't know, it could be fun. You would play Valheim? That is funny with the co-op Popo stuff, is because we did Diablo because he kept joking about doing Diablo, right? Like, he kept saying, he kept making jokes on stream about how we were gonna do hardcore Diablo together. And so at one point I was just like, hey, you wanna just actually do it? But then when that was over, during us playing it, people kept talking about Elden Ring also. So it's naturally flowed. So Fuzzy, for Diablo it was hardcore, yeah. But Elden Ring isn't anything like that. That's just a for fun thing. Oh, yeah. It was good. It was good. Correct. On hardcore, if you die, you're dead. And we beat it. What was funny about what happened, though, is so we beat it. However, I died to the very, very last mob of enemies before Diablo himself. The very last group of enemies before the last boss I died on. And then he was able to beat Diablo by himself. So together we beat it. But I did die at the end. If he had died too, yeah, I wonder. We probably would have tried again. We probably would have just started over. But I'm not sure. Okay, so we have gotten 2 more. So that's the Sorobi Step down there. If we pop over to the bestiary and go down to Sorobi Step, we see just 4 things on here. Okay, so there might be. I still haven't found this Earth Elemental though, as far as this place goes. I do want to head back over to the Fawn Coast, though, and see if they... Oh, hang on. I gotta check something. I kind of lost count on my rare game here, if we're at 31 or 32. 31, right. So I should talk to Mont Blanc, because 30 out of 80 is a nice... It's another benchmark, you know what I mean? It's another one of the benchmarks. The Big 10, right? So I should talk to Mont Blanc again. And see if he's got anything for me. I'm kind of thinking it's going to be more like 40, though. But for all I know, it's not even... For all I know, it's not even a number of rare game on the whatchamacallit? On the bestiary. And it is just like how many trophies did we get specifically. You know, it might just be that. Do the server. Then 2 days later, you don't want to play it anymore. I mean, that you know, it happens. Sometimes you get really excited about something, but then you just kind of like go ham and blow your load on it in 2 days, and then it's just like, yeah, that was fun. You know, I've been there. Wait, why am I bothering to fight this thing when it was flying away? I don't know. But there it goes. We got him. Now we scared him. Okay. Oh. So what do we got on the clock? It's 3:30. So now those 2 rare monsters in a row really re-hyped me. Really like refueled my energy here. Still running around hoping to find an Earth Elemental, but I'm also just kind of making my way back to the Fawn Coast right now. So that we can turn in those 2 trophies. What is this? Just a regular ass Coeral? Oh, someone was saying earlier that it's nice to hear someone whose favorite Final Fantasy is 7 really enjoying this one. And I don't think I fully, responded to that. Because the thing is, originally, what I was saying about this game is that it's really fun, and it's kind of scratching, like, my MMO itch a little bit. It's giving me all the same, like, payoffs as an MMO would. But it's not really scratching the Final Fantasy itch necessarily. Like, it is so different that it just kind of feels like something totally different. And that it's not really, it's not really a Final Fantasy. I don't feel like I'm, like, super enjoying a Final Fantasy game with it, you know? Now that we're much further into it, though, I've started to realize, like, I've started to find I'm far into finding all of the fun stuff that this game has that's not MMO-ish, you know, of, like, all of the cool unwritten side quests, you know, and, like, just all the really fun secret stuff that's in this game as well. And basically, what it's turned out is that, you know, I still think that this game is definitely past what I'm looking for when I, you know, want to play a Final Fantasy game, which is, like, turn-based combat and that kind of thing. But what this game is, though, is insanely good. Like, insanely great. To the point where I would say, like, this is one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Alright, so we got another Feral Croc, which is nice, because we still need to fight several Feral Crocs to fill out the bestiary. Okay, okay. Look at this tree. No earth elementals. Alright. So we are popping into... Oh yeah, so this is the coast right here. Alright, so we'll take the coastline down to the town, turn in these trophies. Then kind of maybe head to the next place. Okay. So remember, in this area, there is still a rare monster that we're supposed to be looking for. There's a worm. A great worm. But they did say something like, now, how to find it, you know? They weren't sure how to find it. Which kind of says to me that there's something fucky about how to spawn it. But what that could be, I have no idea. Alright. You can probably go back to the Genji gloves. You can probably go back to the diamond armlet. And then we can do this again. Oh my gosh. The pair... Oh my god, the misses from Fran. Fran, please. There we go. bum ba bum ba bum bum. Alright, and then I think this is the one that connects to town. If we kind of go across the top. I said that a second ago. I'm sure you heard it. Okay. Ba-do-do-do. Look at all these chests just in the middle of the path. A scathe moat. I still am wondering if the spawning of the rare monster has to do with riding a chocobo. Because it's pretty unique to this area that we can ride a chocobo, you know? Oh, no, you don't. Then again, you probably think... if I said it would be fun to hang out with Little Flex, you'd probably be like, nah. Right, hang out with your child self. Okay, okay. And then another one. Alright, excellent. Oh, I had 3 trophies even? I had 4 trophies? Wow. I didn't even realize I had so many. Show me your way. What? But this guy's got nothing still? Oh, you fucked me, Attack. You fucked me. We've given 9 to that guy. Okay, so what do you have to say? Oh, this guy's just saying this bullshit now? I feel like this guy is not going to get off the topic of this worm that's in the... that's around these parts. Until we actually kill it. I just realized I'm way behind on my sustenance consumption today. Yeah, in the... we've sort of recently recovered some home videos from when we were kids, you know? I feel like our sister is super funny in them because everything's a competition with her, you know? Which I guess makes sense. She's the oldest, right? And so naturally, she's the strongest and the fastest, you know? So, but like, because, you know, the younger kids get a lot of attention and stuff, she's like super competitive about everything. Do I remember the iToy game? Well, there were a couple, right? I remember the iToy. And I remember there being a couple games for it. I cannot really remember what they were called. Yeah, you're struggling, like on the bike with training wheels on it, struggling to pedal, right? And here's our sister who already knows how to bike, just biking around, bragging about, I'm going faster. It's like, yeah, no shit. One with fireworks. Yeah. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of the name of it. The hell was that game called? And then wasn't there one where you were like, maybe I'm just getting it mixed up with the PS2 commercials. But I feel like there was some kind of like sci-fi surfing game or something where you were like riding a thing, you know? Just like the Kinect games were, basically. And then I think that there was one that was a bunch of mini games also. By the way, as far as the cost of games is concerned, one thing. Okay, this guy just says this thing now. Net Surfer was that? See, I don't even recognize that as the name. I remember it so vaguely. I don't even recognize it. There's not a Wikipedia page for it? No, see, this is real. You just made that up. Okay. What if we look up iToy games? Right, there was the one that's just called Play. iToy Play, right? That was the one that was... Oh, is Anti-Grav is the game I'm thinking of. Yeah, there's a game called Anti-Grav, or iToy Anti-Grav. And then there were multiple iToy Play games. Which, you know, those would have just been like the minigame packs. Oh, yeah, you could, like, record with it. Oh, right, because I bet that the iToy itself probably came with, like, a software CD that probably had stupid stuff, like a recording kind of thing or something. Okay, I guess we just gotta go look for rare monsters elsewhere. So I think the first thing that I'll do is let's go talk to Montblanc, right? Always gotta go talk to Montblanc and see if he has anything new to tell us. The playroom where you could stream and people were smoking blunts online. So that was the PlayStation 4. Because the PS4 was the first one that could stream to Twitch, like, natively from the system, you know? And yeah, the camera that came with the PS4, it had a game called Playroom. But people used Playroom to basically just stream their room. Which is funny because that's so normal now. As in, like, the just chatting stream idea is so popular and so normal now. But yeah, back then it was like a workaround you know, that people were doing in order to stream just sitting around in their house. I guess the Sand Sea. Maybe the Bazaar actually would have been the best spot to teleport to. Probably pretty similar. Uno on 360 had camera support. Do you remember, it was like a Burnout game or something? There was a game where, I think it was a Burnout game or something similar, where when you knocked someone else off the track and like caused them to crash, if they had a camera set up, it would take a screenshot of their fucking camera and send it to you. So you could, like, see their face when you crash their car, was, like, the idea. But, that's pretty funny. Pretty funny that that was a thing. Okay, no hunts. He's not even giving me a fucking hint of how, he's not even giving me a hint of how many monsters I need to defeat. Right. It's one of those, the camera takes a picture of him, is one of those things that sounds like a funny idea for 5 seconds. And then you're like, wait a minute. Bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. All right. Okay, so now we go, is it Southgate? I think it's Southgate. Look at that. I'm finally getting some time saves. 170 hours into the run. I'm finally starting to figure out how to teleport around. Okay, let's maybe go to the Jensen Sand Sea and find some more of these. 8 of them. And then we'll see one of these naturally. Jensen Sand Sea. I think we just go to this one. Yeah, Paige, that's what's going on today. And I found a couple. I went a while without seeing anything, but then we got 2 rares right in a row. So that was exciting. Bum ba da 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 dum ba da dum ba da dum. All right, so here we go. So mostly what I'm looking for if I want to fight those fish are like I think they're around like beaches and docks for the most part. If I recall correctly. Right. It's rare, get it! But, you know, I mean, if it's an extremely aggressive and dangerous monster that, like, is hanging out in the pathway, they'd at least be trying to capture it, right? Okay, so like these docks, I think that this is kind of where you start to see those fish. No? Oh, hey, these guys actually drop money. Wait a second. Is that something that's just, like, very normal and I haven't been noticing it this whole game? No, no, no. It's definitely, like, only certain enemies drop money. But most drop just, like, loot items that you then sell. Speaking of, probably could have stood to go to the, go to a merchant and sell out. Whoa, that did a surprising amount of damage. All right, what am I looking for here? We're looking for shores, kind of. Kind of the edges where the fish pop up from. But yeah, these little dudes, there's so many of them that, like, our chain is gonna go nuts for a minute. Until I do find what I'm looking for. Oh, wait a second. Have I fought enough of these? Because I avoided a lot of these things. Wait, Jensen Sand Sea. Is that where I am? We're in the... Oh, there's two. Wait, Jensen, it comprises both of them. The Nam Yensa and the Ogir Yensa. And honestly, I think that those fish are more in this one. Because there's like little beaches that you can go down to. Little beaches you can go down to and find those little bitches. Alright, so let's do that then. Oh, I only just got what Paige said as a Simpsons thing. Right, right. I bring you love. There's a particularly dangerous avian known as the Garuda that's said to be quite unfond of this flower's scent. A treasure indeed. Oh, really? Could that possibly be a rare monster that we're supposed to hunt? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that Simpsons, I think. Oh, yeah, see, here's two of them. All right, 6 more. Man, remember this place from way back when? This is like day 2 or 3 of playing this game, was getting into this dungeon. Oh man, look at them all. Bum ba-da-da-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Okay, so if we're just looking for another beach, I think that means we go straight forward and then, like, left? Wait. By straight forward, I mean this way. Yeah. I remember that one being really good as well. I haven't seen it. That one as well, I haven't seen in a super long time, I don't think. All right. Oh, hey, we need to fight this. We only need one. We only need one more of these. Firaga. Oh boy. Okay, this thing's kind of beefy. All right, so let's go. You start doing a Shelga. You, probably Bubble Ash. And then... Okay, so we're shelled. That's going on. Now you should have Ragnarok. Oh, and then also, I'm dumb, and we need to dispel. We need to dispel this thing. All right, almost there. There we go. Perfect. Anything else needing to be done? Nope, we're good. Okay, let's go. No, it maxes at quad 9s, which is really interesting because it means that the amount of benefit that you get from the bubble spell starts going down once you hit 5,000 HP. You know what I mean? Like, at first it starts going up. With every max HP that you get, that makes bubble even more good, because it's even more HP that it's giving you, until you hit 5,000, and then the amount that it's giving you starts going down. And I find that interesting. All right. Can we get any fish to pop up over here? Okay, so I'm already excited that we found this guy, and so we've got the thing. And only then shall the shining electrum be revealed at last beneath burnt wary ash. I wonder if a hint, like a clue... I wonder if a clue to some of the greater puzzles in this game, like the Pilgrim's Door, is buried somewhere in the bestiary. Really enjoying 5. Yeah, 5 was, of the Super Nintendo 3, 5 was my favorite. Alright, let's go. Yeah. Wait. Where am I actually going? Oh, just this way, yeah. I feel like there was a rare frog that I saw one time down here. But I wasn't able to defeat it when I was a lower level. I think that happened. Aha! Get him! He's making a break for it! Get him! I was just picking my nose! He's picking his nose! Get him! I think about that line all the time. Bum ba da 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 dum. Okay. Fish? Yeah. The Viking job? I don't remember that one. Okay, so if I recall correctly, we should now have 4 left. Yeah. So which is the best way to go now? Probably that way? The primary tank complex. I think we, like, hug the left here? I don't really remember the crystal part of the story. I just remember, like, the characters and X-Death and his silliness, you know. I don't really remember the crystal part of the story at all. But, I mean, a lot of those old Final Fantasies were about the crystals. Okay, so I think we go this way. Okay. Right, exactly. The first several Final Fantasies are very traditional with that stuff. I was surprised how much of it was in the first one, even. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first Final Fantasy to have a chocobo in it is 2, right? And the first one to have a Moogle might be 3? But I'm not positive. Yeah. Right, I was really surprised with the submarine also. But yeah. Well, it's not too hard to know anymore because you can play all the originals. with like fan translations and whatnot. For 2, 3, and 5, I just played fan translations. Which I really liked. You know, there's some things in those games that just every once in a while, things that you would think that they probably would have taken out in localization that I'm glad is still in there. Like in 2, there's the part in Final Fantasy 2 where like the main character gets lured into like the bathtub, and then it's and then it's a Lamaya, and oh no, you got to fight the Lamaya. It might be called something else though, and not a Lamaya. I don't remember, because I also seem to remember that or yeah, like that kind of thing exactly. You know, like I like that in the fan translations you don't get the stuff like, you know, I think you've had enough sugar for today. You know, oh please, just one more soda. But you know, at the same time, it's not that big of a deal. It's kind of like it being soda is kind of funnier in anyway. You know what I mean? Like if you think about it. Like, making it soda makes it, like, kind of a joke. Oh, yeah, I don't remember hearing anything, like, in the media about Final Fantasy VII or Honeybee Inn or anything like that. Oh yeah. Just like you know, things like that. I would expect the. Well, I don't know. It could go one of two ways, right? They could either like localize it so that they basically talk about nothing, you know, which would be lame. But you know, if they. You could also write a better joke as well. Like, what's the joke right now? Oh, it's that, you know, which is like, it's sort of only funny because it's in an old game. Report to tent 5. Repeat 5. I mean 4. Repeat 5. Oh. Oh? Not even here do you get a nice little... Is this like where Vaughn comes in the... Yeah, this is like where we first arrive. Sideshow Steve-O. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I played Persona in a kind of weird order. I played 3 and 4. And then, well, it's not that weird of an order. I played 3 and 4, and then I played 1 and 2. I never finished 2, though. And then 5. Finishing 2 might be a fun thing to do. Ah, nice, nice. Good old Dummy Bear. I'd definitely hang out there more if he streamed at a time that I could watch. But on my days off, sometimes on my days off, I get to hang out for a while. Okay, so I'm not finding any rare monsters around here. I was just watching Luzbel speedrun Final Fantasy II, and it looked really interesting. Like, the strat of like, hitting your own party members in order to level up their HP is, like, a big thing in the at least in the early game. Okay, I guess we are going to, well, go up to this place, the East Junction. Check that out. Yeah, I just grew up playing 7 and Tactics, but I did play the Game Boy Advance version of 1 at some point in there. But other than that, that's all I had really played before I just did them all linearly. And all right. Yeah. Bum ba da 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 dun da da dun da da dun. Well, I would love to find one more rare monster. In the next minute here, or in the next little bit here. Or possibly, I mean, I guess, you know, as long as I fill out the bestiary properly, you know, that's pretty nice. There might be some that I do need to put a little bit more thought into. Like, the guy said that there's that bird that dislikes the smell of the flower. You know, there could be a thing where I need to do something in that room. Or, like, maybe just that room has a chance for a rare monster to spawn. I think that chance, that room might have also had a save crystal in it, though. Which is part of the reason that I kind of didn't just immediately think that might be the case. Because I think if there's a save crystal in a room, then we're unlikely to fight something in it. Alright, let's pop down here. Fight any fish that we can get to spawn, but also, I would love to see if, like, one of these frogs is rare. Because something tells me that there was a rare frog at some point that I failed to kill. Okay, so now. Gotta be fish. Here we go. Alright, so 3 more. Two more. Yeah, I think you've recalled that that story before. There's only a few things that I remember from video game review magazines as far as the reviews that they gave. I remember Nintendo Power giving Metroid Prime 3 a 10 out of 10. Which I don't agree with. I think Metroid Prime 3 is pretty weak compared to 1 and 2. But Nintendo Power, they hit it right on some things. I remember they talked a lot about how good Killer 7 was. And like there were several mentions about Killer 7 in Nintendo Power and how good it was. And I didn't listen. I didn't listen until I went to a friend's house and my friend was like, "Hey, you gotta play this game." I could go for a quick little Killer 7 playthrough. Remember GamePro really liking You Can't Stop Mr. Domino? Yeah? Oh! Yensa B? Okay, so this isn't rare, it's just big. Okay. We want the little one. I got really excited because that thing was so big when it came up. Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean, console wars have always been a thing, right? And when someone is unhealthily attached to the specific hardware platform that they're on, then yeah, they really don't like it when good games come out for other systems. There we go. Oh. Not sure if there's going to be anything interesting on these, but who knows? GamePro had pros and cons. Did it? I don't remember GamePro having that. Funny. I just remember them like itemizing their scores, like graphics, controls, sound, and fun factor. You didn't know what linear quest meant? You know, oh, dude. For the longest time, so linear was a word that I only ever read in either magazines or video games, you know? And for the longest time, I called it linear. I think a lot of what I feel like in Microsoft Paint or something, wasn't the line tool called the linear tool? Or something about... The word linear was in Microsoft Paint somewhere. And yeah, I thought it was linear. Should never be in the same sentence when it comes to importance. Really? Why is that? Because I would, you know, as I've said a million times, I have two favorite games, right? My two favorite games in the entire world are Final Fantasy VII and Super Mario 64. I hate to think, I hate to think, Ricksim, that your distaste for modern Nintendo is retroactively affecting your thoughts on classic Nintendo. That's just ridiculous. Yeah, FF7 was a phenomenon, yeah, but so was Mario 64. Mario 64 was not only, like, the first good 3D platformer, it, like, created the entire 3D platforming genre, and it had, like, levels that were hubs that had multiple objectives in them, you know? And so you'd, like you know, load them, It did change the world, though! What are you talking about? Rixim, I feel like you're reaching too hard to dunk on Nintendo, and you're just saying straight up nonsense right now. One, like, because one thing about here's the deal is Mario 64 is and was a more popular game than Final Fantasy VII. Like, yes, Final Fantasy VII was huge, and everyone played it, everyone likes it. More people played Mario 64 because it like, as great as FF7 is, it is a more niche game. While Mario 64 definitely had broader appeal, you know what I mean? And I'm not saying that that's better or worse. I'm just saying that as far as the cultural impact and the amount of phenomenon that it is, more people were playing Mario 64, I'm sure. FF7 sold more copies? Really? I mean, does that take into account all the copies of Mario 64 that came with N64s? Because the game came with the N64 for a long time, and that's how most people had it. And then on top of that, right? On top of that, Final Fantasy VII or Mario 64 also lasted longer, as in, like, and look, this is coming from someone who plays Mario 6 or plays fucking FF7 every day, but Mario 64 was like the most popular speedrun game for years and years. As new generations of game players came into playing games, they all played Mario 64. And, you know, or watched it or enjoyed it. You know what I mean? Like, Mario 64 is still impactful today because it is still one of the best 3D platformers. Like, the thing that you said a minute ago about it being one of the first 3D platformers but not being good, that's just fucking ridiculous. Mario 64 is still one of the best 3D platformers in the world. Like, 3D platformers for years and years were not able to match the quality of Mario 64. It was the best 3D platformer, though, for years and years. What's a better 3D platformer than Mario 64 right now? I don't know. Mario Odyssey, maybe? Mario Sunshine, maybe? Mario Galaxy, maybe? The fucking quality, the fucking bar of quality on a Mario 3D platformer is so fucking high that the only games that compete with it are other Mario games. Oh, hang on. Balthier needs to have the, should have the Excalibur back on. What up, IHQMD? I don't know, man. I mean, Final Fantasy VII is my favorite game ever. But if there is one game that is allowed to be said in the same sentence as far as the quality of of games, it's Mario 64. That's the one game. A cultural paradigm shift. Oh boy, he's whipping out the buzzwords now. Paradigm shift. But that's the thing, is so was Mario 64. The game fucking changed the world. You fucking grab Bowser by the tail and you spin him around and throw him into bombs. It was fucking nuts, dude. Mario's face pops up at the start of the game and you can grab parts of his face and pull it around. It had a hub world. The game had a hub world that you would return to between levels. And the hub world was your access to different levels. And you unlocked the different levels by gaining access to different parts of the hub world. This was revolutionary, dude. Every one of these things was fucking revolutionary. Anyway, Crash Bandicoot was pretty good too, yeah. I love me some good Crash Bandicoot. Oh man, Rixum just knows how to push my buttons now. Now if I have a really good FF7 run going, he just needs to start shit-talking Mario. And he knows that I'll just go off and then fuck something up. Oh right, I already checked this place and there's no fish here. Okay. We need one more, right? One more, yes. Oh, so you're just saying you think Breath of the Wild is overrated? I think Breath of the Wild, for me, is on the level of a game like The Witness or Outer Wilds, where the first time that you play Breath of the Wild, it is just this unforgettable, incredible experience, you know? Like, it's just abso-fucking-lutely amazing. However, I have not been able to play it a second time, you know? I tried to play it a second time and could not get into it for a repeat playthrough, you know? It's just, it was a one-time thing. I've not played Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword is one of the very few Zeldas that I haven't played. You thought the world was lifeless? So, I thought the opposite. You know, I thought that the world had tons going on. There weren't a lot of NPCs, though. I mean, you are running around a pretty literally lifeless world in that, like, there's not a lot of other NPCs walking around it to talk to or whatnot. But there's so much to do and so many, like, little things that you find that are fun to interact with that, that I found it to be, even if it was, like, sort of literally lifeless, I did find it to be extremely engaging and interesting and entertaining. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum. So tomorrow, by the way, we're going a little harder on speedruns. Tomorrow. Well, actually, I don't know when Nicole wants. So the thing is, I was talking about that. Nicole's family has their own Thanksgiving celebration, and I need to go join in on that, right? Well, the thing is, her family lives far away. So we have to drive there tomorrow night and spend the night. And so I don't know when that means we have to leave. I don't know if I have to. I don't think I have to spend the night. She's going to. I could opt to just, like, drive down there tomorrow instead. Or on Thursday instead. But, that would it would take more gas to do that. I don't really want to do that. What is Thanksgiving about? I mean, it's generally just a get-together for families. Like, the official Thanksgiving is, where you give thanks for the things that you're thankful for. And it has something to do with, like, I don't know. It has something to do with, like, early colonization or something. I don't know. I don't really care about that part. What it means to people now is we get together with our family and have a nice meal. And appreciate things that you're thankful for in the world, such as your family. Oh, thanks, Gravy Robber. I'm thankful for each and every one of you. What's the Futurama thing with that? Every robot is my favorite. Or it's I love each and every robot the most. And then it's like the hard cut to mom saying, dumbass robots make me sick to my ass, or something. I forget what she actually calls them, though. She definitely says they make her sick to her ass. Oh, man. I think Mom is like the funniest cartoon character of all time. Even funnier than the Robot Devil. Alright. We did it. We have now filled out the Sand Sea. So the next place that we would go would be Tomb of the Wraithwall, in order to find some more of these guys, some more of these guys, some more of these guys. What the hell happened? How come there's like a bunch of skeletons that I never fought? I mean, the Zertanen Caverns are right here, though. Is there something in Zertanen Caverns I need to do? Let's go Bestiary. Hit me with those Z caves. 4 bogeys and 5 of these guys. Okay. So I feel like those are probably like where we fought the Esper, which I think was in this room. Could have been here, though. Let's just go in there and try to find those things. Let's go! Okay, so I expect to see a bunch of these slimes. I feel like I remember there being, like, undead horses down here a lot as well. Where we're actually going for, though, is, like, straight ahead and then whip around to the left. Ah, the frogs are here, too. Jerkwad robots? Jerkwad robots make me sick to my ass? It might have been that. I don't think this is one of the enemies that I need to farm. This is another one of the songs that's, like, really tacticsy. Oh, you know what? I've forgotten this whole time that this is a limited RGB game, but it only just became noticeable. Okay. Funny how many, like, undead things there are down here. But then there's just some of these, like, cockatrices just a few feet away. Oh! A silicone tortoise. Oh yeah, don't even bring up the cluckatrice. Okay, so what are we looking for here? Once again, these white dragon things. Oh, it is in the dragon genus. And then the bogey. Alright, let's find these guys. Maybe try... The Halls of Ardent Darkness? I mean, that kind of sounds like what we're looking for, right? Ah, here we go. We've got ribbon on? Yeah. So this is possibly a bit more what I'm looking for. Because I wonder if it's like these enemies maybe spawn liches when they die sometimes, kind of like other areas. A platinum dagger. Okay, okay, so here we are in the Halls of Ardent Darkness. Yeah, these are the undead horses I was talking about. Maybe they aren't actually undead, though. Oh, because it's down there is the halls. Okay. Hourglass Basin. I gotta go look at Hourglass Basin for a second. Could Hourglass Basin be the heart of time? Probably not. Because if it were, then I don't understand the next clues. But what if, you know, anything that's got that kind of idea to its name. Because I was thinking, like, this place has a lot of sand falls. Which just makes me think of, makes me think of time. And what about time are we looking for? The heart of time. Let's look at the map, see what the places are called. Oh, the Hourglass Basin. Let's just have a look-see in there. Dude, Crash Team Racing is sick. I played that game a ton. I think there's a lot of people that would agree with you that Crash Team Racing is the better kart racer. Personally, I think Mario Kart 8 is like the peak of kart racing. That game is so good, and the tracks are so good. It's so smooth. You know, I love Mario Kart 8. But I did play a lot of Crash Team Racing when I was younger, and that game fucking rules. Treasure. Did I ever find out how to get over there? What are those enemies? I don't think I ever found out how to get over there. This looks important. Grenade, level 37. So it looks like you get in there from that side right there. Okay, okay. Oh. Wait, though. Okay, yeah. We want to go this way. Is this what we're looking for? I'm starting to think that was so easy to find that I feel like we have been here before. Yeah. Okay. So here's where that led. That was very easy to find, so I think we have been here before. However, like what are we looking at here? What is this? Why is this? Why is this here? Hit the trap. How very strange. There's just some grenades here. Maybe this had something to do with a hunt at some point. I do remember there being a hunt in the caverns down here. But okay. Yeah, one thing that was really cool about Crash Team Racing was the adventure mode. Where like you drove around a little hub world in the cart and stuff. That was fun. All right. Do you guys remember when Mario Kart DS was like the current Mario Kart game? And it was the first one to have online? But you could snake in that one, and so playing online was just like a fun competition, except for one guy who was just like snaking the whole way and just killing everybody, just killing everyone, you know? And so it's like, well, why don't you do it? Because it's just not fun to play that way. And so I, just didn't. DS was before Wi-Fi was everywhere. That's actually a really interesting topic, Fuzzy. So, back when the DS came out, we didn't have Wi-Fi, you know? There was no such thing for us as a wireless router, you know? We had a modem that was directly connected to our PC, and that was the internet, you know? And so, when the DS came out, in order to be able to connect to Nintendo Wi-Fi, I had to get a USB Wi-Fi adapter. So it plugged in, it was just it looked like a thumb drive kind of, right? It was a USB stick that you plugged into your computer that had internet, and it sent out a signal that a DS could pick up, or a Wii later, and then you could connect to Wi-Fi through that. And I had that, because we didn't have Wi-Fi, you know? I also remember Nintendo partnered with certain companies like McDonald's, for example, where certain McDonald's had Nintendo Wi-Fi hotspots, where it was like McDonald's had Wi-Fi because they were partnered with Nintendo specifically. So, you know, with the idea being that people would, you know, go pick up lunch and play some Metroid Prime Hunters on their DS or something. And yeah, what a crazy time, huh? Where like, at least at that point, that's sort of what was kicking off the interest in having Wi-Fi in public spaces was Nintendo DS. Because, you know, that was before people had smartphones. Even the fact that the DS had wireless communication with other DSs was crazy, you know? Because the only time that there was anything like that before was for the Game Boy Advance. You could have a link cable for the Game Boy Advance, but then they also did make wireless link cables, but you had to, like, point them right at each other, you know, kind of. You know, they had to be, like, in sight of each other and stuff, and I think they might have only even worked for Pokemon. If I'm not mistaken, I think that they were Pokemon specific. So yeah, I remember when the DS came out, and it came with that Metroid Prime Hunters demo. And it was so crazy to be able to just, you know, play like 4-player with my friends without a link cable, you know? So speaking of, earlier someone brought up the iToy, and then Flex was asking about the PS4 camera with the Playroom. Do you guys remember the PS3 camera and the game Eye of Judgment? They made they made a card game, a collectible card game called Eye of Judgment, where you would play the game with the camera pointed at the board, and then on the TV the cards would like animate and stuff. And you know, the TV somewhat like advanced the rules of the game and stuff. You know, pretty neat idea. So I can't help but notice that I have not found one of the monsters that we're supposed to find here. Hi, Mia. Don't do that. Hi. Are you anxious for Nicole to get home? So kind of my plan tomorrow, I think, is tomorrow's gonna be big FF7 day, you know, where like if I have to reset the run at 2 p.m. and go till 9, if I have to reset the run at 4 p.m., go till 11, something like that, I kind of want that to be tomorrow. The quicksands. Hey there, Mia. Are you not finding this to be cuddleable enough? Man, I even remember, so before the DS had wireless play, I remember the Game Boy Advance being really cool because you could, depending on the game, right, but you could play multiplayer where not everybody had to have the cartridge, you know? You could play like a game with link cables, but only one person had to have the game. That was nuts. You know what's funny though is thinking back to like those days of link cables. When we were younger, we did have 2 copies of Tetris and a link cable, and yet I never once played multiplayer Tetris with one of my family members. I know that my family members did play Tetris with each other, though, a couple times. I remember my brother telling me that if you played 2-player Tetris on Game Boy, one of you was Mario and the other was Luigi or something. And I was like, whoa. But then for some reason we never did it. Oh my gosh. Oh, hey, here's the monsters we're looking for. Oh shit, here's a couple of them. Okay. Alright, we got one of them. Get me over here. Alright, we got another one. Wow, this is a place I haven't spent very much time in. Okay. So now, I guess we gotta figure out how to respawn those guys. Oh, wait, was that enough of them already? Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, grenades! So I hadn't been over to that other spot. 'Cause look at that. Okay, interesting. So we still need 3 more of the white dragons. Then I gotta go fight 2 more grenades. And then we still have to find liches, wherever those are. Judging by the type of enemy that they are, I still think it's possible that they'll, that they're like an enemy that spawns when something else dies, you know? But okay, let's, maybe, like, respawn the whole caves for a second here. Like, if we come off this way... Man, I've got a lot of Arcana. I should probably dump those off at some point. I've already sold, like, multiple stacks of 99 of them, though, so if there's something that I think that you get by doing that, I don't think I'm getting it. Oh! Are these liches? Or bogeys, I mean? Bogeys, that's what I meant. Oh, shit, here they are. Okay, very nice. We have to fight a few of those. Alright, alright. And then I think if we go up here, we can leave the area. I think these slimes are just a waste of time. Yeah, here, let's just completely reload the area. Oh, man, my neck is killing me. It's crazy. I also just realized I went the whole day on one Soylent. Oh, I also just remembered that it's approaching 5, which means it's approaching the time that I actually need to be done because I have plans. I didn't realize time was going so quickly. Okay, so I should remember that next time we're going to go back into those caverns and finish that off real quick. Is it faster, though, to go there or to go... It's probably faster to go back to go back through here. Whoa. Hi, Mia. But yeah, I gotta go. We've got a meeting for our wedding planning, but then we've also got my car is at the shop getting its wheels changed. I gotta go. Well, it's done. I gotta go pick it up. All right, so hopefully though the bogeys respawn here. Bogeys? Nope. Mia, you better not be going down there. Whoop. So what's our plan here? We're going straight through here. And oh my gosh, I'm an idiot. Okay. Let's at least see if our white dragons respawned. They did. Excellent. But we got to take 3 of them out, and it seems like they spawn 2 at a time here. All right. Wow, I've had my feet up all day on the chair. It is freezing down there. Oh, and yeah. Old game consoles that could do link cable stuff. I remember like the Xbox has a Ethernet port on it. Or you know, you can connect an Xbox directly to another one and do like LAN games, which is pretty cool. Was there a GameCube game that did LAN as well? Am I nuts that Mario Kart Double Dash may have had LAN multiplayer? Also, speaking of Nintendo being weird, did you guys know that there is... I wonder if they patched it in or out or something after it was discovered, but there's like a hidden button combination you can put in on the main menu of Mario Kart 8, and you can get a LAN multiplayer mode. Which is different from... It's different from wireless play, like wireless ad hoc play. It's like the online mode, except LAN. It's crazy that's just in there, but like not normally accessible. A whole mode. Okay. Well. Anyway, that is gonna do it for today. I've got stuff that I gotta do this evening, so I will be back tomorrow for Mega Final Fantasy VII play, and I hope to see you guys then and there. Until then, I will see you guys around here, and taking a look around, who's doing what. I don't know if I've rated Quetzington ever, actually. So he is running FF7 no major skips. So if you'd like to see a no major skips run, stick around for the raid. Check out Quetzington. There we go. And yeah, Gravy Robber, Lebaz, thank you. And everybody for watching. Thank you guys for watching. I hope to see you next time. See ya!